once they went 1-1 and they equalised, then they were the team looking more likely to score. So we did really well to get to full time of it being 1-1 and also an extra time the game calmed down. But then when it went to penalties, you kind of look at the goalkeepers. And Donnarumma is the best goalkeeper in the world. He exudes confidence. John Pickford did really well in his 2 penalty saves, but I think it had a bit of the inevitability about it once we went to penalties.
John, you've always got such a cool, calm head on you. What was going on when it went to penalties? What was going through your mind?
Well, I was hopeful for my gut feeling not to be right. Because as I said, with penalties, as always, you really look at the goalkeepers. Yes, you look at the quality of the penalty takers, and Donnarumma, 6'5", imposing figure. I was just hoping that I would be wrong, because for me, he's the best goalkeeper in the world. He exudes confidence. John Pickford did really well to save 2 penalties, particularly against Jorginho. But unfortunately, Donnarumma did it for Italy.
Questions being asked this morning about those 3 young players who missed their penalty spot kicks. The youngest, Saka, just 19. A lot of people saying, should they really have put that much pressure on a young 19-year-old player? No matter how brilliant a player he is, that was a lot for him to take.
That's an easy thing to say after the event, because had he scored, we would have said how brilliant, calm, composed, mature he is. And we've seen all of Gareth's decisions come right throughout the whole of the tournament, in terms of changing formations, even in terms of substituting Jack Grealish. So we can't criticise him now for that. When it comes down to penalties, it's up to the individuals. And individuals who are willing to step forward to take it, you then can't blame the manager, because, of course, I'm sure Saka wasn't forced to have taken a penalty. As to whether in a situation like that, a manager will then say, I'm going to force my senior players or more experienced players to take a penalty, only Gareth will know that. But when it comes to penalties, it's a lottery, so I wouldn't blame anyone.
John, what would you say to the England team? You've been there with England, you've tasted disappointment, and they have got right to the finish line and just been pipped. What would you say to those young players? Because there's a World Cup coming up in a year's time.
Well, it's not just a question of what we say to the young players. What will you say to the nation? What is our belief in terms of what we can actually achieve? In many respects, we have maximised our potential. When you talk about winning a tournament, yes, we'd love to win a tournament. And is it failure if you don't win? I think all you can ask anybody to do is to maximise your potential. And France underachieved, Portugal underachieved, Germany underachieved. We maximised our potential by getting to the final, and with a bit of luck, we could have actually gone on to win it. But you can't ask any more of this team. You can't demand that they win, because if we play against France, Belgium, who we didn't play against, Spain, Italy, these teams are equally as good as us. So for us to maximise our potential, to show the consistency, to actually go through to the final and to lose on penalties, you cannot ask any more of them. You can't call it failure. You can't demand that they win the next World Cup, because there are other teams equally as good as us. All you can ask is for them to keep doing what they're doing, and we keep our fingers crossed.
And John, it's such a shame that I have to ask you this question this morning, as if the England team aren't hurting enough. But yet again, racism rears its ugly head. And those 3 young players that missed the penalty spot kicks, in particular, targeted online. I mean, you've literally written the book on this subject, The Uncomfortable Truth About Racism. What can you say in a situation like this? Because time and time again, it keeps happening to black players.
Football can do nothing to solve the ills of the world when it comes to racism, sexism, homophobia. And why do we assume that it can? Football cannot bring people together from a social aspect. It brings people together in wanting us to win the World Cup or to win the Euros. Now, if we're saying that football has brought people together from a racial point of view or sexist or homophobic point of view, what we're actually saying is that if they score the goal and score the penalties, we'll support them. And if they don't, they'll get racist abuse. That is not the solution. So we have to stop feeling that football can solve this problem. Society has to solve this problem. Implicit, unconscious bias that we all have towards black people, towards women, towards Muslims, will continue regardless of whether England wins the World Cup or not. So we can't be so naive as to feel that we're coming together in a harmonious fashion socially, from a racial, sexist or homophobic point of view, because Marcus Rashford scored a penalty. So in other words, if he misses the penalty, he's going to get racist abuse. But if he scores the penalty, the ills of the world are solved. That is too naive for us to think that. There's a much bigger problem, with a societal problem, because before we're talking about these racist football fans, what industry, what environment do they belong to? Are they doctors, lawyers, bankers, milkmen, postmen? So why don't we say that those industries and those environments and those institutions are racially biased? But no, we throw it at the floor of football and everyone else absolves themselves of responsibility.
John, it's a strong note to end on, and like I said, it's such a shame that we have to talk about it today, but I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us this morning after quite a late night for all of us last night. John Barnes, former England player, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I managed to get through that interview without mentioning his World in Motion rap. It's literally been the soundtrack to my tournament. I'm sure it has been yours. I heard it was part of the England's team warm-up as well. Bit of a team talk for them. John Barnes, former England player there. Of course, there is only one story in the front pages of this morning's newspaper. Let's take a look. It hurts, but we're so proud of you. That is the headline on the front page of the Express this morning. The Mirror also full of praise for the England team, saying the players have made the nation proud. The Times says penalty curse denies England their dream. The Telegraph has a photo of Gareth Southgate. That was the image I was talking about earlier, hugging Saka with the words, "the ultimate agony." The Daily Mail, it all ends in tears. The Guardian goes with "so close." And the Sun is looking to the future, saying, never mind, lads, the World Cup is only next year. And if you can bear it, I'm going to show you the Italian papers and how Italy is celebrating today. La Stampa, the triumph of a group that has moved a country. That is the Italian daily newspaper's front page, as the Italian goalkeepers saves, they say, have taken the country to heaven. The Messenger also hones in on Donnarumma's performance, saying that he hypnotised Wembley. The Journal, more cutting, I'm afraid. Their headline, Lions torn apart. Well, I'd like to say we're moving away from Italy celebrations, but we're not. Football might not be coming home, but after more than 50 years of waiting, for Italy, the European Championships have finally come Rome. Yes, I know, I said it. Here is the moment the Italian squad arrived back at their hotel in the country's capital with the trophy firmly in hand. This happened earlier on this morning. No sleep for those fans or that Italian team. There's the 36-year-old captain, Giorgio Chiellini, leading the team off that bus, still wearing their medals, still wearing their kit. Some regal headwear and, of course, the all-important coveted silverware. And as you can imagine, fans partied late into the night on the streets of Rome. They're probably still going. Our Europe correspondent, Michelle Clifford, reports.
There may be agony in England, but there's sheer ecstasy in Italy. The capital, Rome, simply erupted. Thousands turned out on the streets to celebrate a win which was agonising in coming. An early goal for England and penalties at the end. It may have taken more than 50 years of waiting, but Italy are European champions for a second time.
It's the 6th year. It's impossible to imagine it.
It's not home. Here, it's home.
It's a great match of my life. I'm very fun. Italia!
Viva Italia!
This is a nation of football lovers, and this victory was all the sweeter given Italy failed to qualify for the World Cup in 2018. A change at the top, and Italy can now boast of not losing a match in more than 30 games. The team will now be feted in towns and cities up and down the nation. And if these are the scenes post-match, what do the homecoming and victory parade promise?
They've adopted the England football anthem here, saying football's coming Rome, and that confidence and optimism proved to be well-founded. The party in Italy is only just getting started.
This is a nation celebrating a victory fans believe is long overdue, and they intend to make the most of it. Michelle Clifford, Sky News, Rome.
Well, after the match, the manager Gareth Southgate took full responsibility for England losing that penalty shootout, insisting his players have done themselves proud. Well, someone with knowledge of what it's like to play under Gareth Southgate is Josh Walker, who played for Middlesbrough while Southgate was manager there. Josh, good morning to you.
Morning.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling for Gareth Southgate after that match last night?
Well, I think pretty much all England fans are going to be feeling exactly the same this morning, which is devastated to get to the final, which probably at the start of the tournament, all the fans would have taken, all of us would have taken. But when we've gotten there last night and to go 1-0 up and then to lose the way we did, I think it hurts that even bit more, you know.
It started already asking the questions of what went wrong. Some fans saying that Gareth Southgate never picks the same team. Some saying his, and perhaps he should have done. Some saying that he picked his substitutes too late. Why was he doing that? So many questions being asked. Give us an insight into Gareth Southgate's mind as a manager, because he does seem very laser focused on his plan.
Oh, he does, yeah. And I mean, like I said in the chat the other day, football, if you win, every decision's brilliant, and if you lose, every decision's questioned, you know. So it's one of those where last night, yeah, looking back on it, I mean, at the time you're thinking, is it a bit late to be putting Sancho and Rashford on just to come on and take a penalty? They haven't kicked the ball. Sancho and Rashford haven't really played that much in the tournament anyway. And then to leave the fifth one to Saka. If we win the game, everyone's like, it's a mastermind, you know. But because we've lost now, people are starting to question it, and that's the role of being manager, and especially England manager. People are going to question everything you do if you lose a game, and to lose it the way we did, those questions are starting to come now. But I don't think we can scrutinise too much, because every decision he's made so far in the tournament, but all the way through in the tournament, was excellent, you know. And even when people were questioning it, he just bounced back and we got a win and got a result and a performance off each player. So last night, I just think just very unlucky. We came across a very, very good side, probably the most informed side in Europe. And I think they deserved it overall.
Josh, we saw pictures there of Gareth Southgate putting his arms around those three players that missed those penalty spot kicks, you know, around the rest of the team as well, and around the Italian players. And he could empathise with those players, of course, that missed that penalty spot kick. What's it like to have a Gareth Southgate hug? How does he lift you up as a player? How does he console you, get the best out of you?
It's just through his man management. His man management skills are first class. As you've seen throughout the tournament, lads who have only played little parts and then came on to play a big part in a game, they've always came on and did fantastic, you know, and that's all down to him. He keeps everyone on side, everyone on board, and to go away to a tournament and be away for 4 weeks and have players that aren't playing at all, because there's been some players in that squad not played at all. So he'll have had them in fantastic spirits around the camp. And also last night, you know, like you say, he's been in that position before where he's missed the penalty. So he knows exactly how it feels. The lads who missed have got no one better to learn from than Gareth, you know.
Well, Gareth Southgate taking the responsibility in his own shoulders, not those players. Josh Walker, who played under Gareth Southgate at Middlesbrough, thank you very much for your insight. Gareth Southgate is going to be giving a press conference a little later this morning, and we'll bring it to you here on Sky News. Well, we're going to leave yesterday's game behind for just a moment and bring you the day's other main stories. We'll start with the latest COVID figures. The Prime Minister is going to confirm this afternoon whether lockdown restrictions in England will be fully lifted as planned on the 19th of July. But while Boris Johnson is expected to announce that the next stage of lifting lockdown can go ahead next week, the Health Minister, Edward Arger, has told this programme that the public will be urged to use their common sense.
You will have seen the Health Secretary, I think, interviewed over the weekend saying that he was optimistic we were on track for that step 4, which would see the removal of legal restrictions on people. But what it wouldn't do is remove guidance. So there will still be guidance in place, and we would urge caution and the innate common sense of the British people around things like mask wearing. But why now? If not now, when? We're at a position now where the vaccination programme is our defensive wall against this virus, and it's proving hugely effective.
Well, more than 160 bonfires were lit across Northern Ireland last night as part of traditional 11th night celebrations. The celebrations mark the victory of the Protestant King William of Orange at the Battle of Boyne in 1690. Today, thousands will take to the streets on what is the main date in the Protestant Loyal Order parading season. Thousands of Cubans have joined street protests in Havana in the largest anti-government demonstration in decades. Protesters are calling for the communist President Miguel Diaz-Canel to step down amid an economic crisis and soaring coronavirus infections. Time to take a look at the weather now. Kirsty standing by.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Good morning. For most of us, the weather is not looking great today. Bit disappointing, I have to say, but things will improve. It's settling down at last. Summer is returning. But at the moment this morning, a lot of cloud around. Some really heavy showers in the south and elsewhere too. We're seeing quite a lot of rain for parts of northern England, southern Scotland. There'll be more showers through the day for parts of Ireland, Northern Ireland and Scotland, especially western Scotland. But here, a little bit of drier and brighter weather. Parts of the Midlands through central Wales over towards East Anglia, some sunshine, but further south across parts of Suffolk down towards the south coast, that's where we're really going to see some quite heavy, thundery downpours, and they will continue to affect parts of southern England, especially the southeast this evening.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Still to come here on Sky News Breakfast, I'm going to be joined by the man who first coached Marcus Rashford as a child. He was there for the start of his amazing journey.
The decision to write this book, when you talk about money, for me was completely informed by the fact that I've always had various anxieties around money for various reasons. You know, I'm an immigrant. I moved to this country when I was 5 years old, and things were really tough when my family moved here. And obviously things got better over time. But I think for me, it sort of gave me a few hang-ups, a few vulnerabilities around money. I ended up going to this very elite private school on a scholarship, and then to Oxford, and then working media. So I always slightly felt between two worlds. And as I say, it gave me just a few hang-ups. And by my mid-20s, I felt like there was something, you know, a conversation that needed to be had about money. Money is one of those things that, especially in Britain, we're really bad at talking about it openly. And I think, you know, it does us all a disservice. So that's why I wrote this book, to encourage people to really interrogate their relationships with money and possibly look to improving them. Well, I think one very obvious danger of not talking about money, and something that I've experienced, is that you don't find out the necessary information you need to handle your money properly. You know, I write in the book about once discovering that I was being very underpaid at a job. And there were a couple of different factors for that. But one of the factors I do think now, looking back on it, is that I had this real attitude of secrecy around my salary. I hadn't talked to anyone in my industry. I hadn't talked to any of my peers about what the going rate was. So I didn't actually realise that I was being underpaid. And that was because I wasn't talking about money. But then on a more emotional side, I think there is a lot of shame and guilt tied into our relationships with money and how we feel about it, what our financial position is. And I know that for me, you know, towards the end of my 20s is when I really got better at talking about money, and when I started writing this book. And learning to do that more openly has been absolutely transformative for me.
I'm just a simple citizen concerned, like many, about the future of our planet. Discovering sailing and what's happening to the world, I wanted to take action. We're here to show people the impacts of climate change by the stories of the people, the scientists and the locals that see these impacts firsthand.
How are we all feeling this morning? It was a night packed with ups and downs, wasn't it? Right from the very start. From Luke Shaw scoring the fastest ever Euros final goal to that tense penalty shootout, which ultimately ended the dreams of millions of England fans. Our national correspondent Alex Rossi reports now on a night that was filled with bitten fingernails and heads in hands.
Whether it was Manchester, Liverpool, Bristol or Wembley, the air crackled with nervous energy. Pubs and fan zones, in fact anywhere you could watch the game, turned into modern-day coliseums. Armed with pints and flags, supporters shouted and cheered, hoping their footballing gladiators would end decades of bitter defeat. And as the match started, it really felt like that time had come. A bouncing wave of euphoria sweeping across city and town as England glided into an early lead.
Oh my God!
But under a cloud of rain and drizzle, the mood would darken. This is English football after all, and it would soon be defined by agony.
I just feel like they've dropped off a little bit in the second half, and I just want them to like pick it up again because I'm so nervous right now.
Fans became increasingly anxious as Italy equalised. Their nerves finally shredding in a high-stakes game that would eventually end in a loss, not in extra time, but almost as though it was scripted on penalties. Watching England play is normally a burden of suffering, and tonight it was no exception. What started out as a massive celebration is now pretty muted. People are leaving the pubs, miserable, frustrated, heading home with their heads held low.
It is what it is. Sad night to go home.
I'm absolutely gutted. It's like,
gonna go home and cry.
I'm so proud that England made it this far. We've got to be proud of them. They reached the final. Yeah, I've got to be proud of them.
This will still be remembered as a huge achievement. A group of diverse, socially aware players taking England into an historic final. In a time of a long COVID pandemic and divisive culture wars, the team has managed to unite a country. For now, though, there is the hangover and the thoughts of what could have been. Alex Rossi, Sky News, Bristol.
Yeah, there'll definitely be a few hangovers of all descriptions this morning. Fans, some of them still out in the capital until the early hours of this morning. Police had to maintain a presence across the capital yesterday, including here in Piccadilly Circus, central London. They were encouraging fans to move out and make the journey home. Our correspondent Milena Veselinovic is in Leicester Square in central London, one of the fan zones. And Milena, I don't know what it's like there this morning. Last night it looked very raucous, and Wembley's a bit of a mess. I can only imagine what's happening there.
Well, up until about 20 minutes ago, this square was filled with rubbish. There was broken glass everywhere, discarded cardboard boxes from takeaways. But if you take a look now, crews have been working incredibly hard to clean it up. We've been told by one of the cleaners they started at 3 a.m. to try to bring parts of central London back to normality, and they've done a great job. They've pretty much nearly cleaned it up, but I can't emphasize how incredibly dirty and rubbish-strewn it was up until about 20 minutes ago, because hundreds of people gathered here yesterday, even before the game started. There was a lot of bottle throwing, there were flares set off. It was an incredibly disruptive night in the capital. The police said people scaled lampposts and started jumping off them in the middle of central London. The police also said there were groups who were clashing with them, so 19 officers have been injured. Overall, 49 people have been arrested for a variety of offences. Certainly, it's not the way to celebrate what has undoubtedly been an achievement by the England men's football team, reaching the final of a major European championship.
Milena, thank you. As my producer just pointed out to me, remember when Scotland fans cleaned up after themselves after that game? OK, Milena, thank you. Now, he's become notable for his work both on and off the field, and at 23, Marcus Rashford was one of the youngest players in this year's England squad. But what was he like as a kid on the pitch? Here to tell us, I'm joined by the first person to coach him, chairman of Fletcher Moss Rangers, David Horrocks. David, good morning to you.
Good morning, how are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. More to the point, how are you? Your heart must have been in your mouth when you watched Marcus step up to take that penalty.
It was, because I didn't realise, I would never have thought that he would have taken a penalty that late in the stage of the game, with only being on for massive moments.
Tell us what Marcus Rashford was like. He comes across as not only a phenomenal footballer, but a phenomenal individual as well, with all the work he's done off the pitch to help disadvantaged youngsters and their families.
Well, the last time I saw Marcus was probably when he was about 19 years old. So I don't know what he's like now. I only know what he was like as a kid, as a 6, 7, 8-year-old boy. And he was just like any other little boy who just wanted to play football, be around his mates and just have some fun.
Was that talent always there?
No different than any of the other kids that were in the group with him. You know, he had natural pace. He had a love for wanting the ball, and his speciality was to try and put the ball through anybody's legs, which I do believe he's now holds a record for this season for the number of nutmegs.
You can always rely on your football coach to keep it real, David. Are you saying that Marcus Rashford had to really work at being the phenomenal player he is?
Yeah, of course he did. You know, it's all we did with us was give him a platform to play football with his mates. What he's had to do when he's gone through life is prove himself alongside his peers. And in many, many cases, he was always playing against older players. When he signed as an under-9, he played with the under-10s. And, you know the story of the Michelin game. When he was 18, he was in the first team. So, you know, he's always prepared himself for that next challenge. So, as far as I'm concerned, he's had to work at what he's good at now.
David, such disappointment for him personally, missing that penalty spot kick last night. But overall, what an incredible tournament the England players have had. And have you noticed that translate into younger people wanting to come to your club and play football? It seems to have inspired this next generation of England fans and perhaps England players.
Well, we've actually lost a generation of kids, haven't we, due to COVID, because, you know, during, it was around about March 2020 when everything locked down. So the football academy system has lost a generation of girls and boys, and they are going to find it very hard to be able to get into that system. So we're going to find in 10 years' time that there may be a gap in that age group. But the kids that come to us, yes, they look up to the likes of Marcus and Raheem Sterling and Phil Foden, but we're more interested in them enjoying themselves. It's the analogy that we use is that we're baking a cake, and the kids that come to the soccer school are just all the ingredients of a cake, if we can build the team, then we've made our cake. When the team starts to do well, that's the icing on the cake. And if any kids rise to the top and become like Marcus, that's the cherry on the icing on the cake.
Two of my favourite subjects there combined. Cake and football. I love it. And just finally, before we let you go, David, if you could talk to Marcus Rashford today, he will be feeling, I would imagine, very deflated after what happened last night. What would you say to him? The World Cup is next year. He has got the world at his feet, but it might not feel like that this morning. What would you say to him?
I'd say, come on down on Saturday morning and join in with the other kids that were your age when you were at the soccer school, and just let everything go. Don't think about what happened last night. Come down, put your trainers on, have a kick about with these kids, and get the feeling back of where you started, and get a little bit of fun back into your life instead of all the seriousness that's going on. All the hard work that you've done about getting the school meals and getting the kids reading, that's now in the system. Just come and enjoy yourself, have some fun for once instead of making everything so serious.
Yeah, he needs to let off a bit of steam. He deserves it. David Horrocks, chairman of Fletcher Moss Rangers, Marcus Rashford's first ever football coach. Thank you for talking to us here on Sky News.
OK, have a great day. Thanks.
Coming up, thank you, you too. Coming up after the break, we're going to be speaking to former England defender Gary Neville. We'll get his thoughts on last night's game and what's ahead for this England team.
Only about half a mile from the Turkish coast, and it's evident that the boat seriously overcrowded.
This is one of the most severe viruses in the world.
I'm Alex Crawford, and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
This is going to be the biggest party Tripoli has ever seen.
That's it got us then. There's a lot of action going on, a lot of still. We aim to be the best and the most trusted place in news.
Clearly not had very much to eat at all, a lot of them extremely thin and very frail. Her arms, look at her arms. I can put my entire hand round.
This is the cocktail of drugs which the doctors at this hospital have been giving their coronavirus patients. Made for people who want clarity in an uncertain world.
Once it takes a hold, it's very, very difficult for these firefighters to get a grip of it and get on top of it and put it out. The world's largest falls now down to a trickle in places.
I can't imagine how much plastic is lying at the bottom of this huge lake. Whoa! Getting up close and personal with a rhino.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
Did you know pollen levels tend to be higher in the morning and at night? The Pollen Reports, sponsored by Philips Connected Air Purifiers.
It's a messy picture on Monday with a good deal of cloud and showery rain to start the day. Some brighter spells will develop, but potentially some showers to watch out for too. And it does stay rather wet through parts of northern England. Top temperatures today, high teens to the low 20s. Some heavy, thundery, slow-moving downpours are especially likely through parts of East Anglia and southern England, and these just easing overnight. Now, pollen levels, grass pollen levels are high to very high during warm sunny weather, but rain and showers reducing the risk to low.
The Pollen Reports, sponsored by Philips Connected Air Purifiers.
Well, football might not be coming home, but after more than 50 years of waiting for Italy, the European Championships have finally come Rome. Here's the moment the Italian squad arrived back at their hotel in the country's capital, Rome, earlier on this morning. There is the captain, 36-year-old Giorgio Chiellini, leading the way off the team bus. Some rather regal headwear there. They are now the kings of Europe. And, of course, that trophy firmly in hand. Still wearing their medals, still wearing their kit. No sleep for the Italy team, no sleep for the Italian fans. They have been up partying all night and are probably still going, let's face it. But that is the Italian team arriving back at their hotel in Rome a little earlier this morning. Oh, what might have been for England. It really is the morning after the night before here at Wembley. We are literally picking up the pieces. There are road sweepers behind me. And Gary Neville, former England player and Sky Sports pundit, is going to metaphorically pick up the pieces with me now. Gary, you talk straight. How are you feeling after last night? Did the best team win?
Best team won. If we look at it just purely on football, absolutely. They played a really good game, Italy, after a difficult start to the game. They got on top. They controlled the game, demonstrated authority and the class that they have. They've obviously got a fantastic goalkeeper. They've got a defence that's resilient, and they've got an unbeaten record now, which I think stretches back some 30-odd matches. So, look, in the end, we just couldn't go over that extra hurdle. But how do I feel this morning? I feel quite good in the sense of, as an England fan and watching the players and thinking about how they've handled this tournament, good about our manager, good about the way in which the players conducted themselves, the way in which they performed. You know, Gareth and the players found a way to get to that final last night. And I know people will say that maybe we could have been this or we could have been that, could have been more attacking, could have made that substitution, all those things that we'll hear. But they've got it so right during this tournament that I trusted them to the end and they just fell short. But proud of the players, proud of everything that they've achieved. I feel connected to them. I've not always felt connected to England teams as a fan growing up, and even as sometimes a player and as a coach. But I felt connected to this team because I felt as though they did everything in a way in which, to be fair, they carried themselves brilliantly on and off the pitch, and they played really well.
You've been there, you've suffered this kind of defeat and disappointment with England yourself as a player. Give us an insight into how that team will be feeling this morning, especially those three young players. I mean, the youngest, Saka, just 19, missing those penalty spot kicks. How will they be feeling this morning, and what will Gareth Southgate be doing to look after them?
Honestly, there'll be none. Some of them, obviously, the ones who may be feeling a little bit more than the others, the ones who maybe missed a penalty or not, they'll be sad. But they'll want to go away with the families. They'll want to take some time off. They need a mental and physical break. That'll be their first thought. How quickly can they get on a plane and get somewhere whereby they can just relax and reset and think about starting again in a few weeks' time? But obviously, as well, they'll have that many words sort of coming at them. They'll just want silence. I always wanted, when I went out of a tournament, I just always wanted to get away as quickly as possible, really, and just to be on my own with the family. Not talking about football, just getting back to normality, because they've been in a bubble for the last 5, 6, 7 weeks, not being able to see their families, not being able to obviously mix with anybody. They'll have been in that hotel room and they'll just want basically normality back in their lives for a few weeks. They've done it incredibly well. The spotlight and scrutiny has been on them, and they've been heavily praised for everything that they've done in this last few weeks, but they'll just want some peace and quiet in their lives this morning if it was like, when I got knocked out of a tournament. But they should also be incredibly proud of everything that they've achieved as well, because they've done something no England team has done for 55 years, and that's reaching a final. I know it's not enough because we had to win to really take it that step further, but it's still brilliant what they've achieved in these last few weeks.
Gary, you do hope that the players do switch off in a sense, because if some of them look at social media this morning, it will make for awful reading. A number of the players coming in for racist abuse from so-called fans, in particular those young players, Marcus Rashford, Sancho and Saka, coming in for racist abuse for simply missing a spot kick, which many England players up and down the years have done. What's your reaction to that? Racism rears its head time and time again in football, and now we see it when England have performed the best they've ever done since '66.
Well, I'm just reading your breaking news. It says the PM condemns racist abuse of England players. Is that the same Prime Minister that a few weeks ago, I mean, Gareth Southgate and the players a few weeks ago, about 5 days on the trot, told us that they were taking the knee to promote equality and it was against racism. The Prime Minister said that it was okay for the population of this country to boo those players who were trying to promote equality and defend against racism. It starts at the very top. And so for me, I wasn't surprised in the slightest that I woke up this morning to those headlines. I expected it the minute that the 3 players that missed. And, you know, the fact of the matter is, there is an issue, obviously, in football. There is an issue in society where we feel it's acceptable, basically, to criticise players for sporting actions because of the colour of their skin. But I have to say, you know, accepting and validating that players who take the knee, like I say, we're promoting equality, inclusion and defending against racism, is coming from the very top. And, that, you know full well that if your parents do something, your children will follow. You know, we know full well now, it's a well-told story that the social media companies have to come down harder on racist abuse. And we start to see, you know, sentences and punishments for these incidents that ultimately fit the crime, because people are being abused, and it's absolutely ridiculous in 2021 we're still talking about this, but we are.
Yeah, Gary, a lot of people saying in this tournament that a lot of political figures could take a leaf out of Gareth Southgate's book when it comes to leadership. And as you mentioned there, his stand on diversity and inclusion. Do you think the Prime Minister needs to take a look at Gareth Southgate and do more in this area?
He said Muslim women look like letterboxes. I think he does, yeah. Do you know? Should we not be highlighting this more often? I mean, honestly, Gareth Southgate and Boris Johnson, they're absolutely poles apart. One's a gentleman. You can be a leader and a gentleman. You can be ruthless but have empathy and compassion. I mean, if you look at Boris Johnson, every time he speaks, and this is not a Conservative, this is nothing to do with Tory Party, Labour Party, Liberal Democrats. I really am disenfranchised and disconnected from what I see in politics at this moment in time. There is a lack of leadership. Gareth, over this last few weeks, as every time that he's come on, whether he's won, whether he's lost, whether he's talking about an incident like racism, he talks with dignity, it's genuine, it's compassionate. It connects to the people of this country. It's someone that I feel I can connect to and feel like I know. And yet, when I hear sometimes, you know, that the MPs speak, I'm like, what is happening here? How can we vote for these people? Look at him. You know, he's hugging the captain of the opposition team 1 minute, and he's hugging Saka the next minute with compassion. And that's what a great leader has done. And Gareth Southgate, over this last 3 to 4 years, not just 3 to 4 years, throughout his life actually, has carried himself brilliantly as an individual. And it demonstrates that you can be a gentleman, you can have really good standards, but you can also lead.
Gary, I know you feel very passionate about that. What next for this England team? It's the World Cup next year. Can we go one better?
Do you know something? After the last tournament, I said, I hope these lads get the opportunity to experience the semi-final opportunity again, to get to a final. They actually got there, and in the back of my mind, I always worried that that might be the best chance against Croatia in Russia in 2018, but they've got there again. They've proved us all wrong again. in the sense of what England teams can do, because I always think you get to a semi-final, then you get off.
Gary, we're running out of time, but I
Thank
think
you,
the
no
upshot
problem.
is yes, they can. We'll see you soon.
Yes, they can.
Gary.
Thank you.
We'll have more on England's defeat and what next for the England team at the top of the hour.
Cuando yo empecé, éramos en el país 10 locos que estábamos con este tema, éramos muy poquitos. Good morning, it's 9 o'clock. You're watching Sky News Breakfast live from Wembley as England suffer an agonising penalty shootout defeat to Italy in the European Championship final.
The hurt continues. England fans are left devastated after missed penalties mean football doesn't quite come home. As England missed 3 times from the spot, manager Gareth Southgate commends his players and expresses the team's disappointment.
The devastation of getting so close and not being able to give our country the trophy that we wanted to is difficult to put into context.
Disgusting. Politicians and the Football Association condemn discriminatory abuse online following England's defeat. Coming Rome. The Italian squad arrived back in the capital with the European Championship trophy in hand. Well, these are the euphoric scenes in Italy last night after their team came from behind to clinch that victory. Also ahead, the Prime Minister is expected to confirm today that the final stage of lifting England's lockdown will go ahead next week.
Good morning. For many of us today, it's disappointing on the weather front. We've got some heavy, possibly thundery showers to watch out for, but after that, the weather will improve.
Hello, good morning. How are you all feeling today? Yeah, I think I know the answer. It didn't quite come home, did it? After weeks in which the England football team captivated the country and really lifted its spirits, last night they suffered an agonising defeat to Italy here at Wembley. The penalty shootout curse that fans thought was a thing of the past returned once more, with 3 missed attempts, meaning that England's best run in a major tournament since '66 ended in devastation. Well, the day was marred by ugly scenes here at Wembley. Fans without tickets managed to gain entry to the stadium, breaching security barriers. Police say over 50 arrests have been made, and they continue to investigate. Meanwhile, the FA has said it is appalled by racist abuse on social media that followed England's defeat. We'll have more on that in just a moment, but first, James Matthews has the story of an historic day.
It was Italy's night. After a dramatic penalty shootout, the Euro 2020 trophy finds its home in Rome. For England, chasing the dream down Wembley Way had taken them further. A first final in 55 years. The home straight, with big hopes for a big finish.
Oh yay, oh yay, oh yay! England to win 2-1 here today. God save the Queen! It's coming home! It's coming home! It's coming home!
Match preparations didn't go all to plan. Before the action started on the pitch, this was the scene off it. Police said a security breach resulted in some ticketless fans gaining entry to the stadium. This is the main staircase from Wembley Way into the stadium itself. What happened is that just on kick-off time, several hundred fans who'd been gathered in this street broke the lower security cordon and climbed the staircase. It was an ugly sideshow before the main event. The spectacle, as planned, kicked back in with a Red Arrows fly past over the Wembley arch that would frame the winners of Euro 2020. Gareth Southgate has got a tune out of this team, no question. Luke Shaw struck the right note on 2 minutes. A sweet half volley at the back post put England in the box seat. This was looking like mission possible. But after the break, England stepped down a gear. The Italians stepped up. Pressure paid off on the hour mark. Bonucci with the equaliser. 120 minutes couldn't separate the sides, and so penalties beckoned. For an England game at Wembley, no one missed the irony, least of all their coach. England's misses, when they came from Rashford, Sancho, and finally, Saka.
They're a team who have pulled together, have given the country some incredible evenings. But of course tonight, the devastation of getting so close and not being able to give our country the trophy that we wanted to is difficult to put into context.
In time, England will reflect on a tournament that captivated a nation until the last ball was kicked. A victory of sorts, but coloured by disappointment on a night when Wembley was coloured Italian. James Matthews, Sky News, Wembley.
Well, as if the result for England wasn't bad enough, there were some pretty ugly scenes here at Wembley last night ahead of kick-off. Jackie Beltrão is on Wembley Way. Jackie, you can tell us more about this.
Yeah, we should be standing here on Wembley Way this morning talking about how great it was to get to the final, how proud we are of the team and how amazing it would have been to have been in there with a ticket. But I've got a couple of fans who I've been chatting to down here this morning, and it's Sammy Stopford and his son Samuel. And tell us what happened to you last night, because you had a ticket and you actually couldn't actually see the game in the end. What happened?
Well, you've got a mass of people that had rushed in. They've got no seats, and they're stood in front of you. They line up in front of you, two deep. So there's now 3 rows of you because you're stood up now trying to see. The security would do nothing about it. I went to security. I spoke to 7 different people. I asked for people with radios to contact people. They all came back and everybody said the same thing. We don't have enough staff. We can't do anything about it. And I said to them, this is one of the biggest security risks you could ever wish to see. And what are you going to do? You can't leave hundreds of people in aisles and in seats that can't get in or out. This is not acceptable. I spent the entire game with my head cricked, watching it on a screen, because there were so many people stood in the aisles in front of us.
So you've got your seats. There's another person in front of you who doesn't have a ticket, who's standing blocking your view.
And another person.
And, there were 2 rows of people. So, Samuel, how many do you think were doing this? I mean, was it going right round the ground?
I'd say certainly in the England section. We were in row 27, and I'd say at least the first, say, 24 rows, the aisle was completely blocked, and it was at least in one row you would have 2 rows of people pretty much throughout the entire ground. And then when everyone scored, everyone would push forward to the front, and you'd have people maybe falling, I don't know, something that we've seen injuries in the past few games. But yeah, everyone was certainly pushing forward.
It's the lack of security that was the danger. I mean, I'm in the ballroom dancing industry. We can't open dance schools, so we can't have, say, 20 people in a room to teach them how to dance, but you can have 50,000, 60,000 fans in there without security, without anybody doing anything about it. It's outrageous. We can't dance, but they can do that. How does that exactly work?
How does it work? I mean, it should have been a great night for you guys, shouldn't it?
Oh,
You've managed to get a ticket, you know, people were just dying to get their hands on one of those tickets, and yet do you feel like it was all ruined?
Well, I want my money back. And I don't want my money back from the point of view my team lost. The team were fantastic. They did a fantastic job. Don't think too much of the manager's position and all that, but the team were absolutely amazing. But I paid for a seat that I couldn't watch a game with, even if I stood up or sat down. Watch it on the TV. I could have done that at home for free. I can dance at home, but I can't dance in the studio. But I can't watch a football match in a stadium either. It's ridiculous.
What a shame. I'm so sorry you had that experience on what should have been a great night for you guys. Thank you for talking to us this morning.
Don't let them brush it under the carpet.
We won't. What was very interesting, I said, you know, did you have a good night in the end? And Samuel said, we were just relieved to get out without getting hurt. We were that frightened. It's not good.
Yeah, Jackie, understandably livid, a jaw-dropping first-hand account of what was going on inside that stadium in some sections last night. Some big questions to ask about safety and security, and we won't let those questions drop. Please reassure him of that. I'm afraid there was another a bad point to last night, the result, the safety and security, but unbelievably after the game there was racist abuse targeted at the England team. The FA and the Met Police have condemned this online racist abuse. It was targeted at a number of the England players after that defeat. Marcus Rashford, Jadon Sancho and Bukayo Saka, the 3 players who missed penalties, had their social media pages flooded with disgusting racist comments after missing those penalties. We can take a look at the FA statement. This they released last night. Some of those comments posted moments after the final whistle. We couldn't be clearer that anyone behind such disgusting behaviour isn't welcome in following the team. We will continue to do everything we can to stamp discrimination out of the game, but we implore the government to act quickly and bring in the appropriate legislation so this abuse has real-life consequences. Well, our reporter Aisha Zahid is in the newsroom with more on this. Aisha.
Yeah, the Metropolitan Police are saying that they will be investigating offensive and racist comments posted online yesterday. And in the past few hours, the Prime Minister has also tweeted. He has said that this England team deserve to be lauded as heroes, not racially abused on social media. Those responsible for this appalling abuse should be ashamed of themselves. Now, there's long been calls for social media companies to take more responsibility and step up when it comes to this kind of behaviour. And the government have said that they're going to be pushing forward some measures in their online harms bill, which will see social media companies having to take more responsibility when it comes to things like this. Now, it's important to note that the players that were targeted, Rashford, Sancho and Saka, have all achieved some other amazing achievements off the pitch too.
Aisha, thank you. Yeah, it started to rain here at Wembley. Pretty much sums up the mood. In the last hour, I spoke to former England player and Sky Sports pundit Gary Neville about the abuse that's been levelled at these young black players.
Well, I'm just reading your breaking news. It says the PM condemns racist abuse of England players. Is that the same Prime Minister that a few weeks ago? I mean, Gareth Southgate and the players a few weeks ago, about 5 days on the trot, told us that they were taking the knee to promote equality and it was against racism. The Prime Minister said that it was OK for the population of this country to boo those players who were trying to promote equality and defend against racism. It starts at the very top. And so for me, I wasn't surprised in the slightest that I woke up this morning to those headlines. I expected it the minute that the three players that missed. And, you know, the fact of the matter is there is an issue, obviously, in football. There is an issue in society where we feel it's acceptable, basically, to criticise players for sporting actions because of the colour of their skin. But I have to say, you know, accepting and validating that players who take the knee, like I was saying, we're promoting equality, inclusion and defending against racism, is coming from the very top. And, that, you know full well that if your parents do something, your children will follow. And I'm not saying that each individual person who was obviously directed that abuse towards the players shouldn't take accountability. They absolutely should. The social media companies, you know, we know full well now, it's a well-told story that the social media companies have to come down harder on racist abuse. I think we have to start to isolate these individuals who are attacking the players in a racist manner and isolate them by writing to their employers so that ultimately there is total accountability and there is suffering and consequence. But also that, to be fair, there is consequence within the game through the FA, the Premier League and other organisations, UEFA and FIFA. And we start to see, you know, sentences and punishments for these incidents that ultimately fit the crime, because people are being abused and it's absolutely ridiculous in 2021 we're still talking about this, but we are.
Gary Neville making it very clear what he needs, what he thinks needs to be done, more leadership from the very top. So Geoff Hurst joins us now, of course, famous for scoring in the '66 World Cup final. So Geoff Hurst, I'm sorry that this has to be the first question I ask you, but it does seem to be the big issue this morning that's marring the game, because we can be proud of the England team despite the result, but what we can't be proud of is the racist comments that some so-called fans have directed at them on social media.
Yes, well, the Prime Minister and Gary Neville in the previous year quite clearly outlined the disgust that we all feel about this happening. They're very eloquently, so you don't really need me. I support whatever they've said. It's absolutely accurate, and they're very, from the top, and Prime Minister and a football legend, and Gary, who was very eloquent talking about that real issue. Strangely enough, I took my 16-year-old grandson, who's obviously heavy in social media, like all younger kids, and he told me once the penalties had been missed that we will see the abuse online, and within 10 or 15 minutes of that, sitting back in the restaurant in Wembley, he started showing me the abuse that had happened immediately. So the young people like my grandson are totally and utterly aware of what's going on, and it's absolutely, of course, disgusting.
So, Geoff, how did that make you feel, learning that? Because You've been to a major final of a big tournament, and of course you won. And these players were the first team to get to a major final since you did over 50 years ago. They should be sitting back this morning, yes, disappointed about the result, but very proud about what they've done. Yet, sadly, this is what's making the headlines.
Yeah, it's sad this is making the headlines, disappointingly. The headline should really be, you've got to keep that as a headline, of course. But the team are magnificent, what they've achieved during the tournament. The first time in a final for a long time. In a final in this competition that we hadn't achieved even during my time. And so much praise should be heaped on the manager, Gareth Southgate, for his leadership, his management, and the players have conducted themselves and played just fantastically. And, of course, there's always going to be a night of huge elation or bitter disappointment. But the lads and the whole country, I'm sure, are definitely proud of what they've achieved over this competition and the way and the manner that they conducted themselves both on and off the field, and great credit to Gareth. So I've got nothing but praise for the team. And so very close. The bounce of the ball, which happens in sport, that lucky bounce for their goal, you couldn't see them scoring, funny enough, just prior to that. I thought we were starting to dominate the game. Their passing was going astray, and I thought they were almost... But that goal lifted them, of course, and they got back into it. But penalties, I've been there. I've missed one in the semi-final of a cup. It's part and parcel of the game. But adding to that, all the abuse online is... And they've got to do, as Boris and Gary have said, they've got to do something about it and start to, I use the word nail, these absolute morons and idiots that are doing that, and to be much stronger now with social media. That's for me, the important issues.
Yeah, that's something you didn't have to deal with in '66. You had the newspaper front pages, and the newspaper front pages this morning are very supportive of the team. I think it's The Sun that says, never mind, lads, it's the World Cup next year. You can go one better. Do you think in '66, if you'd have had social media, it would have affected you? I wonder how much it plays a part for this team at the moment.
Well, it's hard to comment how it was then with social media, and today it's a million times different kind of circumstances we live in. The difference, of course, is I think we won the game, whereas they lost last night, where had we won, I don't think, no way we would have seen this absolutely monstrous abuse that the black players are receiving. So it's difficult to assess that, but we wouldn't have had that happening last night had we won the game.
I just want to point out a pattern. I'm trying to find the positives this morning as the rain lashes down on us here again at Wembley. 2018, the World Cup semi-final, England out. Euro 2020 final, out. 2022 World Cup final, I don't want to say the W word, but can we go one better next time? I sense a pattern. We're getting closer.
Absolutely. Over 3 years now, getting to those tournaments and what we've done, quite right. Bear in mind, this is a very young squad. You know, the average team is about 21 to 27 years of age. So they have, another couple of years to mature. Physically, they'll be fantastic as they are now. And they can only, learn and improve because of the experience they've gained during this tournament. And so the continuity we definitely will carry on. And I would imagine we will have looking forward to a successful World Cup in a couple of years' time. Over this period of time, they've done a fantastic job. The players have been brilliant, and they deserve every praise that the country wish to give them.
A word on Gareth Southgate. We are expecting to hear from him later today. We're not expecting to hear from the players, understandably. They are, taking some time out now. They've been in a bubble for so long. They want to spend time with their families. But Gareth Southgate last night said, it's all on me. It's all on my shoulders, those penalty misses, the defeat. And he's going to come out and face the media again today to talk now that the dust has settled. What have you made of Gareth Southgate and how he shaped this England team?
There's only one word: fantastic. His management and leadership are very evident to see, although I'm not in the dressing room, I'm not there when they're working and talking together, but looking at how they're playing, the attitude both on and off the field, it's a great credit, and it's very similar to the time in '66. We had a manager. If you had to pick things of our success, it was down to the manager, who over a period of time gets a great group of young players together, who, and I always term our players in our era, a bunch of hard-nosed professionals. And Alf Ramsey got them together. He moved people out who didn't want to be part of a group, part of the teamwork and team spirit, both on and off the field. And Gareth is showing exactly that same commitment and leadership and management. And it's quite evident when you see him, how he talks, when you see how the players talk in interviews, in what they say after a game. You know, during the tournament, we won, but that's it. We have a day off rest, and the next day we start to focus on the next game. And the attitude last night in a final against a very, very good and very tough, sometimes almost brutal Italian team, was magnificent. And we were that close, but that sport. But it's going in the right direction, fantastic, very similar to Alf. And I've heard him talk on TV. He comes across great, he handles the media very well, and has made some great decisions during the tournament to get us to this far. And that in a hair's breadth of winning.
And from one Sir to perhaps another, should it be Sir Gareth Southgate? Would you like to see him receive a knighthood?
Absolutely, no question at all. We can debate and discuss Queen's honours till we're blue in the face, but this has been posed before. But you look at the people that achieve success and are honoured through those awards, then he's up there with a candidate for it. I think the big difference now between then and now, if you are awarded an MBE or a CBE or a knighthood, they happen a lot quicker in today's world. And again, nothing against that. It's I think people like Tom Finney, before my time, I think he was about 76 when he received his knighthood. So that's changed. Right, there's no problem with that. So the answer is definitely he should be considered now for a knighthood on what he's done for the team and for the enjoyment of the country over this tournament.
There you go. The campaign starts here. So, Geoff Hurst, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Sarah Jane. Thank you very much.
Of course, only... Really good to see you. Now, there is, of course, only one story making the front pages this morning. You get one guess. Yeah, you're right. Last night's game, it hurts, but we are so proud of you. That is the headline for the Express. The Mirror also full of praise for the England team, saying that the players have made the nation proud. The Times, penalty curse denies England their dream. The Telegraph has a photo of Gareth Southgate hugging Saka, one of the young players who missed that penalty spot kick. The words, the ultimate agony. I think we could all do with a Gareth Southgate hug this morning. The Mail's headline, it all ends in tears. The Guardian goes with so close. And the Sun is looking to the future, saying, never mind, lads, the World Cup is only next year. I think the weather's pretty much summing everything up this morning here at Wembley. Football may not be coming home, but after more than 50 years of waiting for Italy, the European Championships have finally come Rome. Here is the moment. The Italian squad arrived back at their hotel in the country's capital. The team's captain first off the bus, 36-year-old Giorgio Chiellini, leading the way. Some regal headwear there. They are, of course, the kings of Europe. Silverware in hand, medals still on, kit still on. There's no sleep for the Italian team, or indeed those fans waiting at that hotel. The fans, of course, partying late into the night in Italy, probably still going. We would be here if we'd won. Our Europe correspondent Michelle Clifford went along to join the party.
There may be agony in England, but there's sheer ecstasy in Italy. The capital, Rome, simply erupted. Thousands turned out on the streets to celebrate a win which was agonising in coming. An early goal for England and penalties at the end. It may have taken more than 50 years of waiting, but Italy are European champions for a second time.
It's the 6th year. It's impossible to imagine it.
It's Nahum! Here is on!
It's a great match of my life. I'm very fun. Italia!
Viva Italia!
This is a nation of football lovers, and this victory was all the sweeter given Italy failed to qualify for the World Cup in 2018. A change at the top, and Italy can now boast of not losing a match in more than 30 games. The team will now be feted in towns and cities up and down the nation. And if these are the scenes post-match, what do the homecoming and victory parade promise?
They've adopted the England football anthem here, saying football's coming home, and that confidence and optimism proved to be well-founded. The party in Italy is only just getting started.
This is a nation celebrating a victory fans believe is long overdue, and they intend to make the most of it. Michelle Clifford, Sky News, Rome.
Well, we'll take a break from the Italian celebrations and bring you some of the day's other news stories now. The Prime Minister is going to confirm later on today whether lockdown restrictions in England will be fully lifted as planned on the 19th of July. But while Boris Johnson is expected to announce that the next stage of lifting lockdown can go ahead next week, the Health Minister, Edward Arger, told this programme earlier on this morning that the public will be urged to use their common sense.
You will have seen the Health Secretary, I think, interviewed over the weekend saying that he was optimistic we were on track for that step 4, which would see the removal of legal restrictions on people. But what it wouldn't do is remove guidance. So there will still be guidance in place, and we would urge caution and the innate common sense of the British people around things like mask wearing. But why now? If not now, when? We're at a position now where the vaccination programme is our defensive wall against this virus, and it's proving hugely effective.
Now, I'm no meteorologist, but the weather doesn't look that great. For the official forecast, here's Kirsty.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Thanks, SG. Good morning. I am a meteorologist, and I can tell you she's right, though. It is not looking great this morning. It is disappointing for many of us today, but the weather is going to improve as we go through the rest of the week. So although we'll see plenty of showers around today, tomorrow onwards, actually looking largely fine and dry. And it'll feel a bit warmer too. Hang on in there then. We've got the cloud and the rain around this morning. Quite heavy downpours at times in the south, and parts of northern England, southern Scotland too, looking pretty grey and wet. Some sunny spells will develop today, but as the temperatures rise, high teens, low 20s, it'll trigger a few more sharp showers. Parts of southern England, East Anglia could see some really slow-moving, thundery downpours today, but they'll fade away this evening, and tomorrow will be a better day.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Thanks, Kirsty. I watch and I learn. Yep, the weather is pretty rubbish. Still to come here on the programme, with all eyes on Gareth Southgate, I'm going to be speaking to former England manager Sam Allardyce to get his thoughts on last night's defeat. Welcome back to a rather rainy Wembley. I think the weather pretty much summing up the mood this morning. We're talking about England's defeat last night to Italy here at Wembley, losing on penalties, of course. And we're also talking about the vile comments that were posted online targeting some of those England players after the final whistle, racist abuse aimed at 3 of the players. Facebook have just released a statement. Facebook, of course, own Instagram as well. They say no one should have to experience racist abuse anywhere, and we don't want it on Instagram. We quickly removed comments and accounts directing abuse at England's footballers last night, and will continue to take action against those that break our rules. That is part of a statement from Facebook. We'll bring you more of that a little later on here on Sky News. I want to talk now to Sam Allardyce, former England manager, who was following the game last night. Of course, Sam, where else would you have been? I just want to start by talking about the racist abuse aimed at some of those players after the match last night. You heard that statement there from Facebook. You've heard the Prime Minister, I'm sure this morning, put out a tweet saying that those who made those comments should be ashamed of themselves. Is that enough?
Certainly not, no. I think that quite a few players, when I was at West Brom last season, suffered a similar abuse on social media. And I think there was quite a big outcry in terms of what can or should be done to obviously stop it. I think that realistically, the only people that can do that are the social media companies themselves, and of course the government are, I think, passing a law against it and tracking these instances down, and this racial abuse on social media down. Obviously a much more difficult task than it appears to be, but certainly this is what we seem to be getting every time something happens in the game of football, not just at international level, but also happened at Premier League level when I was at West Brom. I think that out of all the players that were abused at West Brom, they did actually track one person down through his account, and I think put him under caution. I don't know what the outcome was for that, but clearly we need to do more. And it's a great shame that it clouded such a great tournament that we're talking about something like this.
Yeah, we heard from former England player and Sky Sports pundit Gary Neville a little bit earlier on, and he said the Prime Minister should take a leaf out of Gareth Southgate's book when it comes to leadership, because if you're going to stamp out racism in sport, it has to be stamped out in society first, and that change only starts at the very top. Do you think this country's leadership should be stronger on the subject of racism? It always gets highlighted when it comes to sport. That's the window, that's the insight into this nasty, nasty world of racism.
Well, we're in the public eye all the time, so that's where we can start from the top, if you like, and try and work our way down. I think that we definitely should stand up and be counted in terms of this. Certainly the government should stand up and be counted. I mean, going forward, I think that Gareth's record as semi-final of the World Cup last time out, and now the final of the Euro Championship, the first final for 55 years, is something to be proud of. We're all very disappointed still this morning, as we were disappointed last night. But there's many things to learn from Gareth and his team behind the scenes, as well as the young players and the young squad he's got. You know, this is a work in progress for the England side. And if you look at the cold light today now, look at the experience of the Italian side and the Italian manager. Massive amounts of experience. Was that Italian factor in the end? Maybe, but that Italian team would have to be dismantled. Gareth is growing in the job and learning every season, every year, and the young team is learning with him. So we've got many things to look forward to, have this team mature, hopefully into greater things. And I think that the outlook for England is very, very strong, and maybe even more players in the future that will come through and make us a nation that can actually get to a final and win one.
Sam, I don't want to jinx it, but when you talk about such positive things involved with England, the sun's just come back out here at Wembley, so let's keep that going. What about Gareth Southgate? Is he the man for the England long term? Well, when I say long term, we're looking ahead to the World Cup now in around 12 months' time. Yes, absolutely. I think that what you have to, well, certainly from my point of view as a manager for so many years now, you look at Gareth in that position and look how much he's learned from. I think he learned an awful lot from the World Cup. You know, he was relatively inexperienced when he got the job, and he's looked at that with his backroom staff and grown from that and learned from that and put many things in place in this tournament to help us get to the final. And I think that was not being afraid to make decisions before his selection of the team, the system of the team, the tactics of the team, and then actually on the field, the substitutions. And I think that obviously in the end, last night, the substitutions didn't work. But overall, you know, a much more experienced Gareth Southgate and his backroom staff, and a lot of really, really good decisions to help us get to the final. Sam, really good to talk to you this morning. Sam Allardyce, former England manager, highlighting the positives. We'll be back doing this in 12 months' time with hopefully slightly different results. Sam, good to talk to you this morning. Thank you. Let's get more now. Our sports editor, Nick Powell, joins us. Nick, we are trying to concentrate on the positives this morning for this England team. What did you take from last night?
Well, to put some flesh, morning Sarah Jane, on the bones that Sam and Sir Geoff earlier were talking about, the good news for the future. This is a young squad, which it is. There's only 2 players in the entire squad of 26 who are over the age of 30. Look at the Italians. They had those 2 central defenders, 34, 36. Yes, one of them scored the goal that defeated England. But only Jordan Henderson and Kyle Walker are over 30. So they will be all available, all 26, you would imagine, available and ready for selection and strong candidates for selection next time. And those young men, Bukayo Saka, Sancho, all the rest of them, they'll be battle-hardened. This is their first major tournament, a lot of them. And they will be that little bit earlier, a little bit more experienced, ready to go next time. Just a word about the knighthood. I get the campaign. I think it's laudable. I've just got a feeling, knowing Gareth Southgate, he might be slightly embarrassed to be knighted off the back of a nearly moment. But listen, I'm not leading a campaign against it. But just knowing how humble Gareth Southgate is, I think he might look at it that way. The sporting world, Sarah Jane, now moves on. The Wimbledon tournament was somewhat overshadowed, but by Thursday we'll be looking at the Open Golf Championship live on Sky from Royal St George's at Sandwich in Kent. And then we've got the Olympics on the horizon. And then England move on, because by September they're back to qualifying for the next World Cup in Qatar, which Sir Geoff rightly said England will be strong candidates to win.
Yeah, and given their performance throughout this tournament, we'll really be looking forward to that as England fans. Nick, thank you. Nick Powell there, our sports editor. Well, some fans were still out in the capital until the early hours of this morning. Police maintained a presence across the capital, including in Piccadilly Circus in central London. They were encouraging fans to move out and make that journey home, but plenty of them wanted to hang around. Our correspondent Milena Veselinovic is in Leicester Square for us this morning. You might be able to hear some noise here, Milena, because the clean-up operation is here at Wembley. Let's put it this way, the fans didn't leave it too tidy last night. What's the scene there?
Well, it was incredibly messy here first thing in the morning, Sarah Jane. There was rubbish all over the floor, broken bottles, discarded takeaway boxes. Now, I have to say, it's sparkling clean. If you take a look behind me, crews have been working incredibly hard to restore some sort of normality to this vital part of central London. They started at 3 o'clock in the morning, working their way through Trafalgar Square nearby to Leicester Square to make sure that it is clean once again. Because yesterday, hundreds of people people gathered here even before the game started. There was a lot of drinking involved, there were some bottles flying, there were flares that were being set off, and there was a lot of disruptive behaviour as well. The police said there were people scaling lampposts in central London and jumping off them. There were also groups, there was scuffling with officers, and 19 police officers have been injured in clashes, and the Metropolitan Police Federation has condemned that behaviour and those people as thugs, not fans. They said they should be ashamed of themselves. Overall, 49 people have been arrested for a variety of offences. There was a lot of disruptive behaviour, certainly not the way to commemorate what has undoubtedly been a success by the England men's team, reaching the final of a major championship for the first time in decades.
Milena, thank you very much. Still to come on the programme, we'll be speaking to the England fan who finally made it to Wembley after sacrificing his Euro semi-final ticket to donate stem cells.
Only about half a mile from the Turkish coast, and it's evident that the boat seriously overcrowded. This is one of the most severe viruses in the world.
I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
This is going to be the biggest party Tripoli has ever seen.
That's it got us then. There's a lot of action going on, a lot of still. We aim to be the best and the most trusted place in news.
Clearly not had very much to eat at all, a lot of them extremely thin and very frail. Her arms, look at her arms. I can put my entire hand round.
This is the cocktail of drugs which the doctors at this hospital have been giving their coronavirus patients, made for people who want clarity in an uncertain world.
Once it takes a hold, it's very, very difficult for these firefighters to get a grip of it and get on top of it and put it out.
The world's largest falls now down to a trickle in places.
I can't imagine how much plastic is lying at the bottom of this huge lake. Whoa! Getting up close and personal with a rhino.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
A few years ago, my partner Alex and I realised that there was a huge issue with the way cleaning products were being sold. We found they could only be bought in plastic bottles, and once used, these cheap bottles would inevitably break and end up in landfill. Since launching, we've so far saved over 10,000 plastic spray bottles from ending up in landfill.
Do Good sponsors Sky News financial updates. Do Good sponsors Sky News financial updates.
Well, it was a night packed with ups and downs right from the very start. From Luke Shaw scoring the fastest ever Euros final goal to that tense penalty shootout, which ultimately ended the dreams of millions of England fans. Our national correspondent Alex Rossi reports on a night filled with bitten fingernails and heads in hands.
Whether it was Manchester, Liverpool, Bristol or Wembley, the air crackled with nervous energy. Pubs and fan zones, in fact anywhere you could watch the game, turned into modern-day coliseums. Armed with pints and flags, supporters shouted and cheered, hoping their footballing gladiators would end decades of bitter defeat. And as the match started, it really felt like that time had come. A bouncing wave of euphoria sweeping across city and town as England glided into an early lead.
Oh my God!
But under a cloud of rain and drizzle, the mood would darken. This is English football after all, and it would soon be defined by agony.
I just feel like they dropped off a little bit in the second half, and I just want them to like pick it up again because I'm so nervous right now.
Fans became increasingly anxious as Italy equalised. Their nerves finally shredding in a high-stakes game that would eventually end in a loss, not in extra time, but almost as though it was scripted on penalties. Watching England play is normally a burden of suffering, and tonight it was no exception. What started out as a massive celebration is now pretty muted. People are leaving the pubs, miserable, frustrated, heading home with their heads held low.
It is what it is. Sad night to go home.
I'm absolutely gutted. It's like,
gonna go home and cry.
I'm so proud that England made it this far. We've got to be proud of them. They reached the final. Yeah, I've got to be proud of them.
This will still be remembered as a huge achievement. A group of diverse, socially aware players taking England into an historic final. In a time of a long COVID pandemic and divisive culture wars, the team has managed to unite a country. For now, though, there is the hangover and the thoughts of what could have been. Alex Rossi, Sky News, Bristol.
Well, apologies for the noise you can hear here. The jet washers are out. We're picking up the pieces metaphorically and literally this morning here on Sky News. There is only one story making the front pages this morning. It's not the jet washers, it's what happened to get us to this point where the jet washers are needed. Let's have a look at the Express. It hurts, but we are so proud of you. That's the Daily Express front page. The Mirror also full of praise, saying the players have made the nation proud. The Times, penalty curse denies England their dream. The Telegraph has a photo of Gareth Southgate hugging Saka with the words, the ultimate agony. The Daily Mail, it all ends in tears. The Guardian simply goes with, so close. And The Sun is looking to the future, saying, never mind lads, the World Cup is only next year. And we get to do it all again. If you can bear it, let's have a look at how the Italian newspapers are celebrating their win. The triumph of a group that has moved a country. Daily newspaper La Stampa says the Italian goalkeeper's saves have taken the country to heaven. The Messenger also hones in on the goalkeeper's performance, saying he hypnotised Wembley. The Journal, more cutting. The headline, Lions torn apart. Now, England fan Sam Astley made headlines last week for giving up his ticket to see England play in the semi-finals to instead watch the game from a hospital bed as he made a stem cell donation. However, thank you to the powers of the internet and a little help from Gary Lineker and the like, a viral Twitter campaign helped secure Sam and his girlfriend Beth a pair of tickets to last night's final. And I'm pleased to say both of them join me now. Good morning.
Morning.
How are we feeling? Because it must be bittersweet in terms of you missed out on a fantastic semi-final with a right result and you did something wonderful, but then you went to the final and we lost. How are you feeling this morning? It must be a bit of a head scramble.
Yeah, I think overall we're just we're still happy. We've had a good experience, a good few days. So yeah, like you say, we missed the win at the semi-final, but on the flip side of that, I got the chance to save somebody's life, and then we still got to experience the final yesterday. So overall, we're still feeling happy, and we're still proud of England. We got to the final. That's more than we've done for 55 years. So yeah, we're happy about that as well.
Definitely. It's all good. It's all good. Sam, I should just ask, how are you feeling? Because stem cell donation is quite a big and intricate procedure.
Yeah, I think now after everything, I am starting to feel a little bit tired, especially after a late night yesterday and an early start today. But overall, I'm okay myself.
Well, Beth, you had Beth to look after you at the game. Beth, what was it like inside the stadium?
Oh, it was just amazing. The atmosphere in there, you can't even describe it, can you, Sam? We absolutely, we are sad that we lost, but just to experience that and everything on top of it, all of this, it's been fantastic.
Very proud of the England team and proud of Sam as well, because come on, for an England fan to give up a ticket to an England match when so much is at stake, to do something for the good of other people, I mean, you deserve a medal yourself, Sam.
I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm grateful for all of it. Like, I've had a lot of nice messages, and yeah, I'm overwhelmed by it all. But yeah, I don't know about a medal. I think there's plenty of people who do good things, including my girlfriend being an NHS nurse, and yeah, saving lives for every single week, and having a tough 18 months herself because of COVID. So I appreciate the nice words, but I don't know about a medal.
Oh, Sam, I'm sure I'm not alone in thinking that. So many viewers at home will think what you did was very selfless. Just your thoughts on this England team. Like you said, the atmosphere inside that stadium was fantastic. The England team themselves will be feeling a bit down this morning, but it feels like the overwhelming sentiment of the fans is one of immense pride and looking forward, finally, to the future of an England team.
Yeah, definitely. They're a young team, aren't they? So we can only go one way. So, yeah, I think we've got a lot to look forward to. We got into a semi-final last tournament, final this tournament, so the next step's to win it. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Young team, so hopefully football will come home soon.
Well, Sam and Beth, really good to talk to you. You did get the golden ticket in the end, Sam. You got to go to the final. Not quite the result we wanted, but the World Cup is only 12 months away. Fingers crossed for that. Thank you both.
Thank
you.
Right, well, coming up next, it is Ian King Live. We're also hoping to hear from the England manager, Gareth Southgate. Stay tuned.
I'm just a simple citizen concerned like many about the future of our planet. Discovering sailing and what's happening to the world, I wanted to take action. We're here to show people the impacts of climate change by the stories of the people, the scientists and the locals that see these impacts firsthand.
The top stories live from the Sky News City studio. A heartbreaking end for fans as England miss out on Euros glory after what else? Penalty shootout. Blame me, not the players. Gareth Southgate defends his team as England fail from the penalty spot and racist abuse follows. The morning after the night before belongs to Italy as the team arrives back in Rome as champions of Europe. Also today, with 1 week to go, the Prime Minister is expected to confirm that the planned lifting of COVID restrictions in England will go ahead. But with cases high, is the country and business ready for a return to normal trading? Good morning, this is Ian King Live, an hour of business and economic news from the heart of the city. And apologies in advance if I'm a bit throaty this morning. Well, joining me now, straight to the football last night, the post-mortem, Milena Veselinovic will be joining me from Leicester Square. But first of all, our sports presenter, Jackie Beltrao, who's at Wembley. Jackie, I guess it's all pretty sombre up there, is it?
It's all pretty sombre and it's all pretty messy. A huge clean-up operation going on right now. They've done a pretty good job of tidying up all the beer cans and all the rubbish and all the rest of it, but it still looks like there's been a huge party here. And obviously there was, until there wasn't. I mean, everyone's waking up with a sore head this morning, a sore heart as well, probably, you know, expecting that we might have won that last night, and it was just oh so close, and again on penalties. But, you know, if you're looking for the positives, there were lots of positives to take away from this tournament for England. You know, a very young side did very well to get to the final. The defence was the meanest in the tournament, very sort of Italian-esque, if you like. They only conceded one goal in open play, and that was Bonucci's goal last night. And of course, all the forwards did so well. Raheem Sterling, Harry Kane, the youngsters in the middle did really well. And some of them have very little international experience, and they're going to learn so much from that loss last night going forward to the World Cup in Qatar. And Gareth Southgate was... well, he gave a great press conference afterwards, considering how upset he must have been, saying, we win together, we lose together. And he put an arm around Bukayo Saka, the 19-year-old who took the last penalty and missed. And he said he's been a superstar of this tournament. You know, he doesn't deserve any abuse. You know, it literally came down to the last kick, didn't it? The last kick of 7 matches. And that's a 50-50 situation in a penalty shootout. You can't replicate the shootout situation, no matter how much you practice penalties on the training pitch. And it didn't go for England last night. Their substitutes didn't score, and that was literally the difference between them, a very young side, and a very experienced, much older Italian side. That said, it still should have been a great occasion for fans who managed to get a ticket, spent a lot of money on tickets to get into Wembley yesterday. And we ran into a couple of fans who were coming back from their hotel this morning, and they were furious. They were absolutely furious, because they said so many fans stormed into the stadium. They were literally 3 deep in front of them. So they had their seat, which they'd paid for, and then there were at least 2 fans in front of them. The gentleman said, I couldn't see a thing. I literally had to watch the entire match on a screen to my side. I could not see the pitch. There were so many people in front of me, so many people on the gangways. It was so dangerous. And the security men said, we just don't have enough staff. There's nothing we can do about this. So those fans were upset. It had ruined their experience. It had ruined their night. And plus, they didn't get to see, you know, the match of a lifetime. I think Gareth Southgate, all that stuff aside, all the bad stuff aside, he is going to go away and be very, very proud of this team. And as they go forward to Qatar, they are going to be so much more prepared for these sorts of situations. And let's hope the kit manufacturers are prepared as well, because you could not buy an England kit for love nor money yesterday, even if you wanted to. They were all gone.
Programme there either, Jackie. Look, I mean, you mentioned some of the trouble that there was. I mean, I was at the ground last night. I mean, outside the stadium, it was pretty nasty at times. I certainly wouldn't have wanted to take my kids there. To what extent does this put the Mockers on a Britain and Ireland World Cup bid for 2030?
Well, I mean, it does look really bad, doesn't it? There was not only the scenes here. I mean, I left here yesterday afternoon around 2 o'clock, and there was a huge party in progress, and there were thousands of fans who had been drinking since 10 o'clock in the morning. You know, we're still many hours out from kickoff. I have no idea what state those fans would have been in by the time it got to 8 o'clock yesterday. So the scenes already were quite leery when I left, and we were nowhere near kickoff. There were also the scenes in Leicester Square where fans were throwing missiles, and there were also scenes inside the stadium. And I don't know if you saw any of it, Ian, because you were there, but the places where you buy, you know, you go through the turnstiles, and then there's all that sort of hospitality where you can buy your beers and your snacks and all that. There were scuffles. I mean, they were horrendous. There's some horrendous videos on social media, and it just looks like England fans are feral. And I know it's a small minority of mindless fans, but still, it creates a very bad picture. And if you're bidding for a World Cup, you know, why on earth would FIFA want to give a World Cup to a country that cannot control its fans, and that create, you know, a security breach? Not only was it a security breach in here, it's also breaching all the COVID regulations, because I'm sure you had to go through quite a lot of hoops to get into the ground to show that you'd been vaccinated or whatever. But there were so many other fans who just stormed in, and nobody knew what their COVID status was. You didn't know who you were standing next to. So it was all a bit of a mess, and I think there's going to have to be some kind of inquiry after all of this.
Yeah, completely agree, Jackie. Well, Milena in Leicester Square, let's bring you in. Milena, when the Scots were down a few weeks ago, they cleared up after themselves. I'm guessing today it's been left to Westminster Council.
Sadly, no cleaning up by England fans this morning, but just hard-working council crews. They've done an excellent job, I have to show you. They've pretty much brought this square back to normality, Leicester Square, in the very heart of central London. This morning, I apologise for that if you've heard anything of that bad language. There's still some stragglers, still on the beers, I might say. But this morning, first thing in the morning, the floor was absolutely strewn with broken glass, with discarded cardboard boxes from takeaways. It's back to normal now, but as Jackie mentioned, last night hundreds, even thousands of people were packed in here. There's a lot of drinking. There were some bottles flying and people were setting off flares. There were lots of disruptive scenes across central London. The police said that people were scaling lampposts and jumping off them. There were some scuffles with the police as well. 19 officers have been injured, and the Met Police Federation has condemned those people who injured their officers as thugs, not fans, and said that they should be ashamed of themselves. Overall, 49 people have been arrested for a variety of offences, and it did mar what is undoubtedly an achievement by the England's men's football team, reaching the final of a major championship for the first time in decades. But this is not the way to market.
All right, Milena, thank you for that. And many apologies there for any bad language that you might have heard from the Muppet that jumped in front of the camera there. Well, let's just try and get a bit of a sense of the impact on the tournament now on business and the economy. Joining me now is the Sales Director for Heineken Star Pubs, Mick Howard, and London Chamber of Commerce's Chief Executive, Richard Bird. Burge, welcome to you both. Mick, let me start with you. How were sales yesterday?
Yeah, morning, Ian. Yeah, we had a fantastic day, a much-needed boost, but we saw sales 182% up. It was sort of 3 times more than what we'd see on a normal Sunday, and actually bigger than New Year's Eve in 2019, Ian. So a really good day, and that was sort of working out a pint a minute during the 4 hours the match was on. But a bit like England, it was a tale of what could have been, because you know, we're still working under the restrictions and table service, and you know, we estimated there's potentially £9 million of lost sales yesterday, with the pubs operating as they had to.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely stunning, though, that you topped New Year's Eve on 2019, even with social distancing and table service.
Yeah, it's amazing. So I'm sat in one of our pubs, the Loxley in Sheffield, and we've invested heavily in outdoor areas, outdoor TVs. You know, we've worked with the local council to get permissions to do that. So created sort of COVID sort of safe spaces for people to come and watch the match. It's also very labour intensive, so table service and staff having to do that. So there's an awful lot of effort gone in to deliver that. But you know, great reward for the pubs and much needed boost, as I said, for where we've been over the last couple of months.
And Mick, the tournament as a whole then, a success for you, would you say?
Yeah, very much. Yeah, I mean, it's such a shame last night. I mean, it's been a great performance by the England team. You know, such a young team to get to the final and sort of, you know, to lose the way they lost. But it sort of did galvanise the nation. It's been difficult over the last couple of months in pubs with all the restrictions, and it has brought people back out. You know, it has shown, you know, the pub is the natural place to come together, to watch sporting events, to meet friends, to enjoy it. We've been doing that under restrictions, and hopefully later today we'll see Boris sort of lift some of those restrictions, and we'll move further back to some normality.
All right, Richard, let me bring you in. I mean, obviously, it's not a normal tournament by any stretch of the imagination. London hosted half a dozen matches. So, I mean, actually more than that, I think it was in the end. Has there been much of an uplift for the London economy so far as you can see?
I think there has been a small uplift, but I think the major uplift is giving people the confidence to go out, to go to pubs and to go to restaurants and to realise they can enjoy themselves. Obviously, you don't need to get completely legless at Leicester Square and be, as you say, a muppet, but to enjoy yourself. But I think the vast majority of people did it sensibly, and hopefully it's given them that boost. I think it's also the fact that it was a great tournament. I mean, I'm a rugby player, and even I could see that it was a stunning match with a great young team who I think have got a long way to go yet. I'm looking forward to football over the next 5 or 6 years with those youngsters.
Absolutely. I mean, Richard, you mentioned the need to get people out and about again and rebuild confidence. I mean, you know, we keep hearing that people don't want to return to the office because they don't trust public transport. I mean, I can tell you on the Metropolitan line to and from Wembley last night, I mean, there were a few people ironically saying, you know, who cares about COVID?
Well, I think people have got to realise that this disease is still with them. I think it's much more sensible for people to take the precautions they can. I think mask wearing is still important for people to undertake, particularly on public transport. And I support TfL in their drive to do that. And I hope the Prime Minister will provide sufficient wherewithal for public transport to do what they determine to be necessary. But in the end, this is all about confidence. But I think people are not going to come back to the office simply because they're looking at new hybrid ways of working. I think if you haven't had both vaccinations, you're probably likely to be more nervous. But I think providing that people and businesses and business owners, business managers, talk to their staff constantly, reassure them, show them they're putting precautions in place, people behave sensibly, I think it will be fine. But the real change is going to be working in offices. I think people are going to come in less frequently, but when they do, they're probably, with luck, going to use the local facilities far more because they'll be there far less.
Yes, that's a good point, well made. Mick, we keep hearing about driver shortages right now that are affecting great swathes of industry. Are you seeing that in the pub trade? Are you struggling to get all the beer that you need?
Yeah, I think there's an industry-wide issue in hospitality as well as outside that, Ian. So, you know, we're working extremely hard to counter that. We're investing in, you know, additional stock. We've invested in overtime, and yeah, we've got a plan that's working, and we saw that with the pubs being very successful yesterday. But it's certainly a problem the government needs to help solve.
Well, I guess, are you ready for Freedom Day? I mean, it is going to be a liberating moment when you can just stroll into a pub without having to sort of sign in with track and trace and just order a pint at the bar rather than wait for table service.
Yeah, very much. I mean, I personally can't wait myself. I think there's a matter of individual choice there, though, Ian, and that, you know, I enjoy going to the pub and stand at the bar and chatting in that whole social environment. I think we'll have pubs, though, that still do keep elements of some of the COVID measures in place, where you maybe have some more cautious sort of customers. But I think what's important is that each individual pub knows their customer base and sort of creates their offer accordingly. But what a great day, you know, July the 19th will be. It's been a long time coming, and certainly I'll be down in my local pub raising a pint and thankfully not wearing a mask or not signing in.
Absolutely. I mean, Richard, you were nodding away in agreement there. I mean, another point to make, I mean, we've talked in the past about the pressure on things like the theatre sector in London. I mean, this is going to be a huge, huge boost, isn't it?
It's going to be hugely important to them. And what we need now is to make sure they stay open. So if the government has got new regulations and new things it has to put in place, if there is another peak in the autumn, they have to try and do it in such a way so that these venues can continue to stay open and can continue to work. I mean, in a way, the reason London is such a great city is because of everything that goes alongside it. It's shopping and it's theatres and it's cinemas and it's pubs and it's nightclubs. So we want these places to, once they're open, to stay open. And if that means new regulations, then they should be moderate and careful and proportionate. But the main thing is people have just got to get vaccinated. If you're offered a vaccine, please take it. The more of us who are vaccinated, the more we can actually keep our pubs and venues open.
All right, Richard in London and Mick in Sheffield. Very good to talk to you both this morning. Thank you. And just to let you know, we are hoping to hear from the England manager, Gareth Southgate. At some point during the next hour, we will bring you those comments as soon as we get them. And this time next week in England, it's likely that most COVID restrictions would have been swept away. The Prime Minister is due to make a decision today on whether to press ahead with the lifting of the remaining legal curbs on the 19th of July. All the expectations are that he will give it the nod, and that means that nightclubs will be able to open, pubs, theatres and other venues can operate without capacity limits and social distancing, and mask wearing will no longer be required by law. Or with cases back at very high levels, though, there are concerns that the move is a risky gamble. So how prepared is business? Well, joining me now is Claire Walker. She's Co-Executive Director at the British Chambers of Commerce. Claire, nice to see you again. What are you hearing from members right now?
Well, you know, this is a good day, and we've just heard from Richard in London how important this is for some of the sectors up and down the country that have not been able to open. But what we're really concerned about is over the weekend there's been lots of contradictory statements regarding whether or not vaccine passports may be trialled, whether or not there will be some restrictions, and actually businesses are crying out for crystal clear guidance of what they need to do as we move into this next stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good point you make. I mean, the government already appears to be backtracking on the wearing of masks in some locations.
Well, you know, and this is really unhelpful in many ways, because business people are not public health experts. And that's why it's really important that even as we move to this exciting new phase, businesses are really aware of what they need to do and what is required of them for their customers and for their staff by law. And what we've seen over the last couple of days is actually a shifting of those boundaries. And we really hope tonight we will get really clear guidance from the Prime Minister about what businesses need to do as we move to this new stage.
I mean, the PM has said that he hopes that this is going to be an irreversible decision. But I mean, irreversible, it sounds a bit like unsinkable. It's one of those words that just tempts fate.
Well, and I think we've seen consistently that businesses wanted this last unlocking to be the last unlocking. 2 out of 5 businesses fear another lockdown the most. So we need to make sure that we get it right this time. We need to make sure the guidance is there for businesses so they can prepare appropriately. And we also need to think about, as Richard said, what would measures be if we did have a difficult situation to make later on down in the autumn, because businesses need to be able to prepare and they also need to be able to invest appropriately. Not knowing what would happen in a further stage is not good for the labour market, and it's not necessarily good for investment either.
You mentioned, I was talking with Mick just now about logistical problems, and there are obviously anecdotal evidence of a lot of problems, driver shortages right now. What are the other bottlenecks that you're seeing right now across the economy that might slow the recovery?
It's a really great point. So I think actually there we are seeing some shortages in some core areas, driver shortages being one of them. We've obviously seen quite a few challenges in the labour market with some people returning to their home country at the start of the pandemic, and obviously us now leaving the EU. So that's a challenge as people are looking to reopen. They need the labour that they require in order for a full reopening. And we're also seeing a real challenge around inflation, with prices skyrocketing for some businesses, and that being very difficult for small and medium-sized businesses to absorb. So some real mixed challenges.
Yeah, I mean, Claire, I was going to ask you, you mentioned inflation there. At what point, though, does that get passed on to consumers? I mean, we heard on Friday from some of the trucking firms, they are already having to pass on higher costs to their customers.
I think in some cases those are already being passed on. And I would say, look, there's no easy solutions around things like inflation, but the government needs to have a really watchful eye, along with the Bank of England, to make sure that this isn't just hopefully it's just a temporary inflation rise, and we're seeing that around core materials. And as things open up, and for example, truck drivers are able to be trained, we will see a reduction in some of those costs. But there's no easy solutions here, and that's why we need to make sure that there's no further upfront costs for businesses, so that every single cost that they can control is controlled.
Claire, we heard in the latest GDP figures last week, business investment remains very subdued. This is obviously a key driver of growth. Do you see any evidence of it starting to pick up?
I think you're absolutely right. It's something that our own indicators are suggesting are very, very subdued at the moment. I think it's about setting out what would happen potentially in a third wave or a fourth wave in the autumn, so businesses can start to invest. And it's also about the government setting over its overall business plan, what that would look like to encourage investment into this country. It's understandable that we're at this subdued position now, but we've got to increase investment. Otherwise, we're not going to deliver on some of those projects that we really need for the next 5, 10, 15 years.
I mean, my takeaway from what you've just said there is that, the GDP figures last week were pretty disappointing. We might see that continuing growth to sort of peter out over coming months.
Well, I think we'll see a recovery of two halves. I think some sectors will do really, really well, and we'll see, a real renaissance there, potentially the hospitality sector, with people wanting to return if they have the confidence to do so. But there will be some sectors that will take a very long time to recover. And those sometimes are sectors that we really need as part of our economy. So special care needs to be given to those, and to make sure that they are still here in 5, 10, 15 years on. A good example of that is aviation, which has really taken a hard hit, but is driving much of our future role in the world.
All right, Claire Walker, very good to talk to you this morning. Thanks very much for joining me. And we can go now live to the England manager Gareth Southgate, who is holding a press conference. Actually, we can't go to that. Just before we do that, some breaking news in the last few minutes. Prince William has been tweeting this morning about the racist abuse faced by some England players following last night's debate. And the Duke of Cambridge says, "I am sickened by the racist abuse aimed at England players after last night's match. It is totally unacceptable that players have to endure this abhorrent behaviour. It must stop now, and all those involved should be held accountable." W. As I say, while we wait for Gareth Southgate to pop up, let me bring you some of the other business news stories that are around this morning. And the controlling shareholder of the Daily Mail and General Trust may take the company private. The Rothermere family confirmed a report from Sky's City editor Mark Kleinman last night that it's looking to buy shares in the company that it does not already own for £810 million. It follows a number of approaches for the company's insurance risk business, RMS. Assuming this goes ahead, along with the previously announced flotation of the used car retailer Cazoo, in which DMGT holds a 20% stake, DMGT said Lord Rothermere's holding company would be prepared to make a possible cash offer to acquire the rest of the shares. And I can tell you shares of DMGTA are currently up by 4.5% this morning. The motor insurer Admiral says profits for the first half of 2021 will be better than expected due to the extended lockdown period. Well, Admiral, whose other insurance brands include Diamond and Elephant, said the lockdowns had resulted in fewer motor insurance claims than usual. It also said there had been fewer whiplash claims following a regulatory clampdown on fraudsters. Well, half-year pre-tax profits are now expected to come in at between £450 to £500 million. And the sweeteners and ingredients group Tate & Lyle has agreed to sell a controlling stake in its commercial sweeteners business as it breaks itself up. It will collect £900 million for a 50% shareholding in the business from the private equity firm KPS Capital Partners. Tate & Lyle said the deal would leave it as a focused global food and beverage solutions business, serving faster-growing specialty markets. And China's central bank has changed the rules on how much capital the country's banks must hold in reserves in a bid to keep its post-pandemic recovery ticking over. The move from the People's Bank of China is expected to free up more than $154 billion to support the recovery. It comes amid concerns that demand which built up during the pandemic has now peaked and that the world's second largest economy will see growth start to slow in the second half of the year. Well, let me tell you what's going on the markets this morning. Following another strong showing on Wall Street on Friday, in which the S&P 500 closed at a record high for the 38th time this year, equity markets in the Asia-Pacific region had a largely positive session overnight. There were gains in Tokyo, Hong Kong, Shanghai and in Sydney, with Mumbai, which isn't on the screen there, finishing more or less unchanged. In Europe, however, markets have traded largely to the downside since the open a couple of hours ago or so. Here's the current picture. All the main indices are in negative territory right now, albeit not very much in most cases. Among major talking points this morning, the French IT consulting group Atos is down 8% in Paris after cutting its earnings forecast. Well, here in London, the FTSE 100 is also trading to the downside right now. I think I can show you that one any time now. Up it comes. There it is, off nearly 2/3 of 1% there, some 44 points to the downside. The mining heavyweights are weighing on the index there. The biggest faller in percentage terms right now is the aircraft engine maker Rolls-Royce. Its shares currently down by 3%. The leading blue chip gainer at the moment in percentage terms, Admiral, mentioned them a moment ago, and Auto Trader Group, as you can see there, up by just under 1.25%. Last week it reported that used cars have just seen their highest monthly price growth. Outside the FTSE, the leading gainer by quite some distance, actually, is Tate & Lyle. I mentioned them just now. They're up more than 1.25% right now. On the foreign exchange market, so it's quite interesting. Earlier on overnight, the pound hit its highest level for 2 weeks against the US dollar. It's given away all of those gains now and is off by just over 1/4% against the greenback. It's also slightly lower by but not very much, against the euro. As for the oil price, well, that is slightly lower this morning as traders await further developments on whether OPEC and its allies will moderate recent production cuts. A barrel of Brent crude right now will set you back $74.49 a barrel. That is down a little under 1.5%. And we can now go live to the England manager, Gareth Southgate, who's holding a virtual press conference from the team hotel in Watford. Let's listen in.
Wanted for a long time to make playing for England fun, make playing for England enjoyable. I think our players now have that. You know, when they come away with England, I think they've had a fabulous experience. They've loved the adventure. They've loved each other's company. They've got an incredible spirit. It is, you know, it really is a club type spirit. And the younger ones especially, you know, they well, all of this team can go again. There's no doubt about that. But the young ones are still 2-4 years from peaking, and we've got 18, 19, 20-year-olds who've done an incredible job and had a great insight into tournament football and acquitted themselves so well throughout. So there are, I know, as I reflect over the coming days, there are a huge number of positives from that, and those players will be far better for going through so many important wins, so many important landmarks that they set, historic performances. In the main, they performed under the huge pressure of being at home for the majority of the tournament, being one of the favourites. That was a far different situation to the team when we went to Russia. And they dealt with that so well in the opening game, in the game with Germany, in the semi-final, for a large part of the final, certainly the first half of the final. You know, they dealt with that. And we probably had a 20-minute period where we didn't keep the ball as well as we needed to, just after half-time. But then even the rest of the game was fairly even, although we couldn't create the clear chances that we've been able to in the past. And part of that is because we were against a team that have gone 30 games unbeaten, and some incredibly experienced players, and a team that are probably just a little bit further ahead than us in their development and their progress.
Yes, that's Gary Brown, beIN Sports.
Hello, Gareth. Can you hear me?
We can, yeah.
Yep. Hello. Ultimately, this is the first team to reach a final in 55 years. You have to reflect and look back on that, but it seems that the camp and yourself are struggling to really embrace that today. Is that just a show of how great your ambitions are?
Yeah, I think I know in time that we will, you know, we will have an appreciation of that, and I know the messages we're all getting that are underlining that. But when you're in sport and you get to finals, you know that those opportunities are so rare, and to be so close, and to know what that's taken, and to know you've got to pick yourself up and go again. That's very hard the day after. You know, you've given everything, and the energy levels are low, and the emotions are drained. So we will go again, of course. But yeah, sometimes it's easy to say things like, "Oh, you know, we can go on to Qatar now and win," and you know, it's a bit glib, really. That's a long journey. We've still got to qualify. We've still got steps to take, and yeah, you've got all the complexities of release of players throughout the qualifying period and everything else that you have to start that cycle again. So this has been fantastic to have the time with the players that we get, to be able to work with the players every day, really embed the culture, embed our way of playing. Those periods are what you live for as an international manager. And of course, when it comes to the end, it's very difficult.
I'll take the second question, as we're limited on time for everyone. As chair of the FWA, to thank yourself, Gareth, but also your communications team, Andy, who we see today, Louisa, Greg, Anna, Joe, Callum, the many others. You really have changed communications and how it works with broadcasters, with journalists, you've given us an enormous amount of time in a very pressured situation. And we truly appreciate that. And many journalists that couldn't have been at the games because of COVID as well will find that hard. But you have gone out of your way. We hope that has helped the journey somewhat, but we do have to thank you for that. And we hope that many relationships can go forward in the same way.
No, that's very kind. I'm very fortunate to lead some incredible staff, and you know, you've highlighted the guys in the communications department, but all of our staff in all areas are special people, and that's why we've been able to create the culture we have. You know, I'm fortunate I sit at the top, and as the leader you get all the praise, but the work in the background is phenomenal in all departments, and it's a privilege to work with everybody, and we don't have the team we have without that support.
And if I could have one more, then it would be about your coaching staff. How important have they been in this journey?
And it's a privilege to work with everybody, and we don't have the team we have without that support.
If I could have one more, then it would be about your coaching staff. How important have they been in this journey?
Yeah, it's critical. You know, the roles are too big for the manager to do everything. The detail that we're able to go to, we've had some consistency and we've had some changes within that group, and Martin Margetson has been with us, you know, through the last couple of campaigns and has done a brilliant job. We had Graham and Chris with us this time, which was, you know, added something different to the group, and I'm grateful for what they did. But I have to highlight Steve Holland. He's a phenomenal coach, a phenomenal man. It's the calls between us at 11:30 at night at times of the season when nobody's thinking about England. We're, you know, travelling back from matches, talking into the early hours, trying to plan things, trying to get things right. And yeah, without his support and the quality of his work, there's no way we could have got to the stages we have in the last couple of tournaments. So I'm fully indebted to what he's done.
Thanks, Gary. Next to John Murray at BBC 5 Live.
Hi, Gareth. I understand that you need to see the match back, but I'm sure it's been going around in your head over and over again. What is at the forefront of your mind about what you might have done differently last night?
Well, look, I think we picked a team because of a tactical problem that Italy pose, and areas of the pitch we needed to get pressure on them and where we thought we could hurt them. And I think for the first 45 minutes, everybody would agree that that worked. We didn't keep the ball well enough for a 15, 20-minute period. And we know that with midfield players of the quality of Verratti, Jorginho, that is always going to be a strength with Italy. So they are going to have possession. We were actually controlling the game without the ball for long periods. But that period we were a little bit more open. We then couldn't release that pressure by keeping the ball, which we had done so well in the first half. We changed the shape, which I think gave us a little bit more control, but it did open up spaces elsewhere. So any tactical change, you have strengths, and then there are weaknesses to any system. They went with a false 9 for a period, which is difficult to deal with. If your defenders step out, they leave spaces. If they stay in, then you get overloaded a little bit in midfield. So that's always a really difficult problem for any team to solve. And we didn't quite create the chances that we would have liked to, but you're against a team who are incredible in terms of their defensive power as a team, not just the two centre-backs. So, yeah, there are lots of things that I will reflect on, of course. We do that after every game, and that is the right process to go through. But until you watch the game in absolute detail, then I wouldn't be giving you a fully accurate appraisal of that.
Thanks, John. Next, the Faker of us, a TalkSport.
Hi, Gareth. Jordan Pickford was superb last night. His contribution, obviously, easy to be overlooked because of the result in the end, but he was excellent.
I thought he had a brilliant tournament. I mean, there are a lot of players who come into that category, and you don't get to a final without so many players having played well, and that's what happened for us. So Jordan has often been, you know, the number of times I've sat here and his place in the team has been questioned, and he's constantly delivered for us. And this tournament, I think, was his best run of performances for England, and he should be hugely proud of that. To concede 2 goals in 7 matches, you know, our whole defence, our whole team, but of course the goalkeeper was a big part of that. 2 saves in the shootout. So, you know, he could do a little more in terms of keeping the ball out of our net, and that's always the starting point for any goalkeeper. So, yeah, he had a really outstanding tournament.
Thanks, Faye. Next to Henry Winter of The Times.
Hi, Gareth. Gareth, this is all very civilised for a post-tournament defeat. Are we and are England too nice to win?
Well, I don't see that really. We've got to a final, first time for 55 years. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not really sure what a team that gets to a final. You're not a nice team to get to a final. I think we've overcome a lot of hurdles that we've never been able to in the past. We know that a lot of players that are still very inexperienced in terms of international football and have delivered at an incredibly high level. The more experienced players in the big matches were really able to use that experience to defeat Germany, who had an incredibly experienced team, to come through a semi-final, which was a hugely challenging experience for them. And we've taken Italy, who are a top team and an unbeaten in 30, right to the wire. So if we'd been torn apart or you know, looked a mess, then I might be thinking differently about it. But of course we're going to analyse everything, but also we're going to be realistic about that and not just dive into things that aren't reality and aren't the reason for not having won. It's easy to throw theories around at the end of any game in any number of areas, but I think it's important to really reflect carefully and analyse carefully when you're the coach, because I don't want to go along with narratives that probably aren't correct, but also I have to reflect on everything that's asked, which is totally fair.
Martin Samuel, Daily Mail.
Hi, Gareth. Italy have now won 4 World Cups. I think it's the 2nd European Championship. I know we've tried to play down history and everything throughout the tournament, the significance of it. But is there something in what happened last night about the fact it's 55 years, it's so long for us, and the only way you really overcome that is by getting to as many finals, almost getting to these situations as many times as countries like Italy, countries like Germany, countries like Argentina do, because they have experience of winning, they have experience of losing. It adds massively to the football culture that those players inherit.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's I remember when we looked back at Germany's win in 2014, they'd been to semi-finals and semi-final in their own country when they hosted 2006, and the pain of that, but also the experience of that. And yeah, if you want sustained success as a team, you have to constantly be evolving, constantly improving, constantly finishing in those latter stages. And most teams that win, France went through what we're feeling now, 2016. Germany did it, as I said. Spain went close a couple of times before they won. That is normally part of the process that you have to go through, and the fact that we've had the first signs of some consistency, semi-final, final, has to be a step in the right direction. It's not ultimately where we wanted to get to, and when you're so close, that's even more painful. Of course, it feels like stomach's been ripped out this morning, but I know when my logical brain comes back to life in a few days that is the process we have to go through, and we've got to keep continuing that. And England have to keep that track going. Whoever is here, whoever's at the FA, whoever's at St George's Park, that's what we have to build. That was the vision at the start, and we're showing the signs with the help of the clubs who are producing some fantastic young players. All of those things have to align, because any part of that football pyramid that isn't strong affects the national team. And at the moment, lots of things are starting to come together, and we have to continue that.
John Cross, Mirror.
Hi, Gareth. Good morning. I was just really going to ask you, generally at the end of a tournament, at the end of a tournament cycle, you see the end of an era for a team. But you're hardly really going to lose any players, are you, for 2022? You've maybe got a couple of over 30s. In a similar vein, I guess it feels like the beginning for this team, doesn't it? They've gained experience, and this could be the beginning of the journey for a lot of those young players.
Well, I think Russia was the beginning. We had 7, I think, in the starting team last night from Russia. And that experience has been critical through the big matches in this tournament. So to add the young players in at the times we did, the inexperienced players in at the times we did, there's another group with more learning, more understanding of that high level. They will, because of what they've been through in these 2 tournaments, they'll want more. They'll know they can get close. They'll have belief. And that's what we have to build on. It doesn't guarantee anything, because, of course, you have to start again, and you have to earn the right every time you take the field and every time you go into a tournament. But the cycle and the expectation of the group when they come together now will be, no, this is how it works. This is how we train every day. This is what's needed. This is what we need to do to get to the level to win. And that should be a process that stands us in good stead.
Thanks, John. Next to Simon Peach, Press Association.
Morning, Gareth. I just wanted to follow on from that, really. What happened with the group? Are they gone now? Are they still together? Did you have one last meeting together? And what support processes are in place? I know you said last night that it's about the collective rather than any individuals, but we've discussed the sickening abuse aimed at some of those players. What support processes are there for them?
Yeah, we've got to make sure that we're there and aligned with their clubs, and making sure that we look after those boys, absolutely. And that's been top of my thinking all night, really. Sorry, I've forgotten the first part of the question, Simon.
Sorry, it was just about what's happened in terms of the players going their separate ways. Have you met up again? Or?
Obviously, there was a long period in the dressing room last night. They then went to meet with their families across the road. So they had, I'm told they had a nice sort of evening together. I managed to see them all individually for a few moments before they left the dressing room, because I knew everybody would be sort of heading their own direction at the end of the game, and I just wanted to thank them all for what they've given, because they've been a joy to work with. They really have bought into everything we've tried to do, been totally unselfish in their outlook. They've all, given everything they possibly could. So I'm tremendously grateful for that, and I know the country is, because you can sense from the reactions of people. So, but yeah, they'll all head on their way now. They need a break, they need a rest, and I hope they all have a fantastic summer.
Thanks, Simon. Next to Matt Dunn, The Express.
Hi, Gareth. It's so much different from the post-mortem after the last Euros. And like you said earlier, 2 semi-finals and a final now makes us consistently one of the best teams in Europe. And I think we've done that by anticipating what the opposition are doing and adapting accordingly. I just wondered, by 2022, will we be in a position more to imprint our own identity onto games, and perhaps with the young talent that we've got, see more of that attacking flair that we've got on an individual level coming through in our sort of open play? And is that the aim, or is that going to be too soon for that?
No, it's that has to be the aim. I think some of those players are not yet at that point of their evolution to be cemented in the team, and I think also there are so many, even coming into this tournament, there were so many things that were uncertain in terms of being able to embed one way of playing, the injuries we came in with, the availability that we came in with. We weren't quite sure defensively what we were going to look with. I have to say, Tyrone did a fantastic job coming into a massive situation at the beginning of the tournament. We had that huge doubt over Harry Maguire at the start, and to have defended as well as we did throughout the tournament, without having been able to play that back four together too often, really, in the 2 years before. Luke only came back in with us in March for one game. He had a phenomenal tournament, I have to say, as well. So we were constantly dealing with uncertainties. We didn't know, Calvin Phillips, amazing tournament. We weren't sure we were going to have him in the week leading into the first camp. So remarkable year, really, in terms of trying to build something consistent. We never had the players all together until 7 days before the start of the tournament itself, and you'd like to have built across the whole season, but that wasn't the realities of the season we had. That should be the aim moving forward. In some areas of the team, we've got clear strength and players who were in form, and in other areas of the team, we don't have quite the same amount of strength, and we've had to do it differently and do it our way. And by adapting and adjusting, we've managed to get to a final. So, of course, you're always looking for perfection, and we're always looking to improve, and we must continue to do that.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, we're coming to the end now, so we've got time for a couple more, starting with Rob Harris from AP.
Hi, Gareth. Commiserations. Thanks for everything for your tournament. Does it frustrate you, and are you reflecting on how to tackle how you've got players who've generated such pride from the country during these last few weeks, but you're still having to deal and address the fact there are fans who are being disrespectful, offensive and violent, and not the image that you want, and certainly completely counter to the image that the players have presented?
Yeah, look, we can't control that. We can only set the example that we believe we should, and represent the country in the way that we feel you should when you're representing England. And everybody has to remember, when they support the team, that they also represent England and should represent what we stand for. So I think the players have done that brilliantly, and we can only continue to try to affect the things that we can, but we have, I think, had a positive effect on lots of areas of society, but we can't affect everything. Other people have responsibilities in those areas, and we've all got to work collectively to constantly improve those things.
Thanks, Rob. And we'll finish with a question from Ollie Foster at the BBC.
Hi there, Gareth. Hi, Gareth. Apologies. Just as those players are really hurting at the moment, especially the three that missed the penalties, you say you take the sort of collective responsibility and the responsibility as well. How much does it hurt you that you perhaps didn't get things right about, you talk about failing to solve those problems that Roberto Mancini set you?
Yeah, look, as a manager, you have to accept whenever there's a defeat, there's going to be intense analysis of everything that happened in the game, and we've benefited from a lot of praise during the tournament, and if we didn't get that right last night, if I didn't get that right last night, then I have to accept that as well. So I think some of that analysis could be accurate, and I expect some of it won't be. But you know, I need time to reflect on all of that. You make hundreds of decisions in the course of a week, in the course of a tournament. There are even more, and you're not going to get all of those right. You call them as you see them at the time, and you've got to get more right than wrong. And if I didn't get the calls right last night, then so be it. I have to live with that.
Sorry to disappoint the many hands raised. We're going to conclude it there, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you all for your coverage across the course of this tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the England manager there, Gareth Southgate, giving his first formal press conference to the gentlemen and ladies of the print media and some of the rest of us in the broadcasting sector. Some very interesting points that Gareth Southgate made there, paying tribute to all of his backroom staff at England and indeed at the Football Association. He said they're all very special people. They don't always get the praise that they deserve. He said he gets the praise as being the man who fronts it all, but it's really all the people behind him who are also deserving of praise. And he actually singled out there Steve Holland, the assistant manager of England, who he said it's quite often when we have these sort of 11:30 phone calls late at night when people aren't necessarily talking about the England match. Those are the times when you do hard work there. He also paid tribute to Martin Margetson, of course, former Manchester City goalkeeper, now the England goalkeeping coach, instrumental in supporting Jordan Pickford there. He also had some quite introspective comments, I think, on the way that the match went last night, the fact that they played to a system that they thought was set up